New HSK Level 3 973 Vocabulary Flashcards.
爱心
Compassion, kindness, care for others, love, heart.
爱心
Compassion, kindness, care for others, love, heart.
安排
To arrange, to plan, to set up, arrangements, plans.
安排
To arrange, to plan, to set up, arrangements, plans.
安装
To install, to erect, to fix, to mount, installation.
安装
To install, to erect, to fix, to mount, installation.
按
According to press.
按
According to press.
按照
According to, in accordance with, in the light of, on the basis of.
按照
According to, in accordance with, in the light of, on the basis of.
把
Particle marking the following noun as a direct object.
把
Particle marking the following noun as a direct object.
把
Classifier for objects with handle, classifier for small objects, handful.
把
Classifier for objects with handle, classifier for small objects, handful.
把握
To grasp, to seize, to hold, assurance, certainty, sure, of the outcome.
把握
To grasp, to seize, to hold, assurance, certainty, sure, of the outcome.
白
White, snowy, pure, bright, empty, blank, plain, clear.
白
White, snowy, pure, bright, empty, blank, plain, clear.
白菜
Chinese cabbage, pak choi.
白菜
Chinese cabbage, pak choi.
班级
Class, a group of students of grade, in school.
班级
Class, group of students, grade, in school.
班
To move, to shift.
班
To move, to shift.
搬家
To move house, removal.
搬家
To move house, removal.
板
Plate, board, plank.
板
Plate, board, plank.
办理
To handle, to transact, to conduct.
办理
To handle, to transact, to conduct.
保
To save, to defend, to protect, to keep, to guarantee, to ensure.
保
To save, to defend, to protect, to keep, to guarantee, to ensure.
保安
To ensure public security, to ensure safety, for workers engaged in production, public security, security guard.
保安
To ensure public security, to ensure safety, for workers engaged in production, public security, security guard.
保持
To keep, to maintain, to hold, to preserve.
保持
To keep, to maintain, to hold, to preserve.
保存
To conserve, to preserve, to keep, to save.
保存
To conserve, to preserve, to keep, to save.
保护、
To protect, to defend, to safeguard, protection.
保护、
To protect, to defend, to safeguard, protection.
保留、
To retain, to continue to have, to preserve, to maintain, to reserve, reservations, to hold back, approval or acceptance.
保留、
To retain, to continue to have, to preserve, to maintain, to reserve, reservations, to hold back, approval or acceptance.
保险、
Insurance, to insure, safe, secure, be sure, be bound to.
保险、
Insurance, to insure, safe, secure, be sure, be bound to.
保证、
Guarantee, to ensure, to safeguard, to pledge.
保证、
Guarantee, to ensure, to safeguard, to pledge.
报、
To announce, to inform, report, newspaper, recompense, revenge.
报、
To announce, to inform, report, newspaper, recompense, revenge.
报到、
To report for duty, to check in, to register.
报道、
To report for duty, to check in, to register.
报道、
To report, news, report.
报道、
To report, news, report.
报告、
To inform, to report, to make known, report.
报告、
To inform, to report, to make known, report.
背、
To be burdened, to carry on the back or shoulder.
背、
To be burdened, to carry on the back or shoulder.
北部、
Northern part.
北部、
Northern part.
背、
The back of a body or object, to turn one's back, to hide something from, to learn by heart, to recite from memory.
背、
The back of a body or object, to turn one's back, to hide something from, to learn by heart, to recite from memory.
背后、
Behind, at the back, in the rear, behind somebody's back.
背后、
Behind, at the back, in the rear, behind somebody's back.
背、
Quilt, by, indicates passive voice clauses, to cover.
背、
Quilt, by, indicates passive voice clauses, to cover.
被子、
Quilt.
被子、
Quilt.
本来、
Original, originally, at first, it goes without saying, of course.
本来、
Original, originally, at first, it goes without saying, of course.
本领、
Skill, ability, capability.
本领、
Skill, ability, capability.
本事、
Ability, skill.
本事、
Ability, skill.
比较、
To compare, to contrast, comparatively, relatively, quite, comparison.
比较、
To compare, to contrast, comparatively, relatively, quite, comparison.
比例、
Proportion, scale.
比例、
proportion, scale.
比赛、
competition, sports etc., match, to compete.
比赛、
competition, sports etc., match, to compete.
必然、
inevitable, certain, necessity.
必然、
inevitable, certain, necessity.
必要、
necessary, essential, indispensable, required.
必要、
necessary, essential, indispensable, required.
变化、
change, variation, to change, to vary.
变化、
change, variation, to change, to vary.
变为、
to change into.
变为、
to change into.
标题、
title, heading, headline, caption, subject.
标题、
title, heading, headline, caption, subject.
标准、
an official, standard, norm, criterion.
标准、
an official, standard, norm, criterion.
表达、
to express, to convey.
表达、
to express, to convey.
表格、
form, table.
表格、
form, table.
表面、
surface, face, outside, appearance.
表面、
surface, face, outside, appearance.
表明、
to make clear, to make known, to state clearly, to indicate, known.
表明、
to make clear, to make known, to state clearly, to indicate, known.
表现、
to show, to express, to represent, performance, show, expression.
表现、
to show, to express, to represent, performance, show, expression.
表演、
play, show, performance, exhibition, to perform, to act, to demonstrate.
表演、
play, show, performance, exhibition, to perform, to act, to demonstrate.
并、
and, also, simultaneously, to combine, to merge.
并、
and, also, simultaneously, to combine, to merge.
并且、
and, besides, moreover, furthermore, in addition.
并且、
and, besides, moreover, furthermore, in addition.
播出、
to broadcast, to air, a TV program etc.
播出、
to broadcast, to air, a TV program etc.
播放、
to broadcast, to transmit.
播放、
to broadcast, to transmit.
不必、
need not, does not have to, not necessarily.
不必、
need not, does not have to, not necessarily.
不断、
unceasing, uninterrupted, continuous, constant.
不断、
unceasing, uninterrupted, continuous, constant.
不论、
whatever, no matter what, who, how etc., regardless of, not to discuss.
不论、
Whatever, no matter what, who, how, etc., regardless of, not to discuss.
补
To repair, to patch, to mend, to make up for, to fill, a vacancy, to supplement.
补
To repair, to patch, to mend, to make up for, to fill, a vacancy, to supplement.
补充
To replenish, to supplement, to complement, additional, supplementary.
补充
To replenish, to supplement, to complement, additional, supplementary.
不安
Unpeaceful, unstable, uneasy, disturbed, restless, worried.
不安
Unpeaceful, unstable, uneasy, disturbed, restless, worried.
不得不
Have no choice or option but to, cannot but, have to, can't help it, can't avoid.
不得不
Have no choice or option but to, cannot but, have to, can't help it, can't avoid.
不光
Not the only one, not only.
不光
Not the only one, not only.
不仅
Not only, this one, not just, but also.
不仅
Not only, this one, not just, but also.
不
Cloth, to declare, to announce, to spread, to make known.
不
Cloth, to declare, to announce, to spread, to make known.
不
A step, a pace, to walk.
不
A step, a pace, to walk.
不
Ministry, department, section, part, division, classifier for works of literature, films, machines, etc.
不
Ministry, department, section, part, division, classifier for works of literature, films, machines, etc.
部门
Department, branch, section, division.
部门
Department, branch, section, division.
部长
Head of a department, section chief, section head, secretary, minister.
部长
Head of a department, section chief, section head, secretary, minister.
才能
Talent, ability, capacity.
才能
Talent, ability, capacity.
采取
To adopt or carry out, to take.
采取
To adopt or carry out, to take.
采用
To adopt, to employ, to use.
采用
To adopt, to employ, to use.
彩色
Color, multicolored.
彩色
Color, multicolored.
曾经
Once, already, former, previously, ever, past tense marker used before verb or clause.
曾经
Once, already, former, previously, ever, past tense marker used before verb or clause.
产生
To arise, to come into being, to come about, to give rise to bring into being, to produce, to generate, yield.
产生
To arise, to come into being, to come about, to give rise to bring into being, to produce, to generate, yield.
长城
The Great Wall.
长城，
The Great Wall.
长处，
Good aspects, strong points.
长处，
Good aspects, strong points.
长期，
Long term, long time, long range.
长期，
Long term, long time, long range.
厂，
Factory, yard, depot, workhouse.
厂，
Factory, yard, depot, workhouse.
场合，
Situation, occasion, context, setting, location, venue.
场合，
Situation, occasion, context, setting, location, venue.
场所，
Location, place.
场所，
Location, place.
超级，
Super, ultra, hyper.
超级，
Super, ultra, hyper.
朝，
Imperial or royal court, government, dynasty, reign of a sovereign or emperor, facing, towards.
朝，
Imperial or royal court, government, dynasty, reign of a sovereign or emperor, facing, towards.
吵，
To quarrel, to make a noise, noisy, to disturb by making a noise.
吵，
To quarrel, to make a noise, noisy, to disturb by making a noise.
吵架，
To quarrel, to have a row, quarrel.
吵架，
To quarrel, to have a row, quarrel.
衬衫，
Shirt, blouse.
衬衫，
Shirt, blouse.
衬衣，
Shirt,
衬衣，
Shirt.
称为，
to be called, to call something, to name.
称为，
To be called, to call something, to name.
成功，
Success, to succeed.
成功，
Success, to succeed.
成果，
Result, achievement, gained, profit.
成果，
Result, achievement, gain, profit.
成就，
Accomplishment, success, achievement, to achieve, to create, to bring about.
成就，
Accomplishment, success, achievement, to achieve, to create, to bring about.
成立，
To establish, to set up.
成立，
To establish, to set up.
成熟，
Mature, ripe, to mature, to ripen.
成熟，
Mature, ripe, to mature, to ripen.
成员，
Member,
成员，
Member.
成长，
to mature, to grow, growth.
成长，
To mature, to grow, growth.
城，
City walls, city, town.
城，
City walls, city, town.
城市，
City, town.
城市，
City, town.
程度，
Degree, level.
程度，
Degree, level.
持续，
To continue, to persist, sustainable, preservation.
持续，
To continue, to persist, sustainable, preservation.
充满，
Full of, brimming with, very full, permeated.
充满，
Full of, brimming with, very full, permeated.
重，
Repeated, again, once more, layer.
重，
Repeated, again, once more, layer.
初，
At first, beginning, first, junior, basic.
初，
At first, beginning, first, junior, basic.
初，初一，
Added in front of 1 to 10, indicating the order of the first 10 days of a month in the lunar calendar.
初，初一，
Added in front of 1 to 10, indicating the order of the first 10 days of a month in the lunar calendar.
初步，
Initial, preliminary, tentative.
初步，
Initial, preliminary, tentative.
初级，
Junior, primary.
初级，
Junior, primary.
初中 Junior High School, abbreviation for 初级中学，
初中 Junior High School, abbreviation for 初级中学。
除了，
Besides, apart from, in addition to, except.
除了，
Besides, apart from, in addition to, except.
处理，
To handle, to treat, to deal with, to process.
处理，
To handle, to treat, to deal with, to process.
传，
To pass on, to spread, to transmit, to infect, to transfer, to circulate, to conduct.
传，
To pass on, to spread, to transmit, to infect, to transfer, to circulate, to conduct.
传播，
To disseminate, to propagate, to spread.
传播，
To disseminate, to propagate, to spread.
传来，
To come through, to be heard, to arrive.
传来，
To come through, to be heard, to arrive.
传说，
Legend, it is said.
传说，
Legend, it is said.
创新，
Innovation, to bring forth new ideas.
创新，
Innovation, to bring forth new ideas.
创业，
To begin an undertaking, to start a major task, to venture, venture, entrepreneurship.
创业，
To begin an undertaking, to start a major task, to venture, venture, entrepreneurship.
创造，
To create, to produce, to set.
创造，
To create, to produce, to set.
创作，
To create, to produce, to write, creative work, creation.
创作，
To create, to produce, to write, creative work, creation.
从来，
Always, at all times.
从来，
Always, at all times.
从前，
Previously, formerly, once upon a time.
从前，
Previously, formerly, once upon a time.
从事
To engage in, to undertake.
从事
To engage in, to undertake.
村
Village.
村
Village.
存
To exist, to deposit, to store, to keep.
存
To exist, to deposit, to store, to keep.
存在
To exist, to be, existence.
存在
To exist, to be, existence.
错误
Error, mistake, mistaken, false, wrong.
错误
Error, mistake, mistaken, false, wrong.
达到
To reach, to achieve, to attain.
达到
To reach, to achieve, to attain.
打破
To break, to smash.
打破
To break, to smash.
打听
To ask about, to make some inquiries, to ask around.
打听
To ask about, to make some inquiries, to ask around.
大概
Roughly, probably, rough, approximate, about.
大概
Roughly, probably, rough, approximate, about.
大使馆
Embassy.
大使馆
Embassy.
大约
Approximately, probably.
大约
Approximately, probably.
大夫
Doctor, physician.
大夫
Doctor, physician.
代
To substitute, to act on behalf of others, to replace, generation, dynasty, age, period, era.
代
To substitute, to act on behalf of others, to replace, generation, dynasty, age, period, era.
代表
Representative, delegate, to represent, to stand for, on behalf of, in the name of.
代表
Representative, delegate, to represent, to stand for, on behalf of, in the name of.
代表团
Delegation.
代表团
Delegation.
带动
To spur, to provide impetus, to drive.
带动
To spur, to provide impetus, to drive.
带领
To guide, to lead.
带领
To guide, to lead.
单元
Unit, element.
单元
Unit, element.
当初
At that time, originally.
当初
At that time, originally.
当地
Local.
当地
Local.
当然
Certainly, of course, without doubt.
当然
Certainly, of course, without doubt.
当中
Among, in the middle, in the center.
当中
Among, in the middle, in the center.
刀
Knife, blade, single-edged sword.
刀
knife, blade, single-edged sword.
导演
To direct, director.
导演
To direct, director.
到达
To reach, to arrive.
到达
To reach, to arrive.
到底
When all is said and done, after all, to the end, to the last.
到底
When all is said and done, after all, to the end, to the last.
得分
To score.
得分
To score.
等待
To wait for.
等待
To wait for.
底下
The location below something, afterwards.
底下
The location below something, afterwards.
地区
District, region, area.
地区
District, region, area.
电视剧
TV drama.
电视剧
TV drama.
电视台
Television station.
电视台
Television station.
电台
Radio station, broadcasting station.
电台
Radio station, broadcasting station.
电子邮件
Email.
电子邮件
Email.
调
To adjust, to tune, to transfer, tune, tone, accent.
调
To adjust, to tune, to transfer, tune, tone, accent.
调查
Investigation, inquiry, to investigate, to survey, survey, poll.
调查
Investigation, inquiry, to investigate, to survey, survey, poll.
定
To draw up, to subscribe to order.
定
To draw up, to subscribe to order.
定期
At regular intervals, periodic, limited to a fixed period of time, fixed term.
定期
At regular intervals, periodic, limited to a fixed period of time, fixed term.
东部
The east, eastern part.
东部
The east, eastern part.
动力
Motive power, force, motivation, impetus.
动力
Motive power, force, motivation, impetus.
动人
Touching, moving.
动人
Touching, moving.
读者
Reader.
读者
Reader.
短处
Shortcoming, defect, fault, one's weak points.
短处
Shortcoming, defect, fault, one's weak points.
短裤
Short pants, shorts.
短裤
Short pants, shorts.
短期
Short term, short term.
短期
Short term, short term.
断
Broken, to break, to judge.
断
Broken, to break, to judge.
队员、
team member,
队员、
Team member.
对待、
to treat, treatment,
对待、
To treat, treatment.
对方、
counterpart, other person involved, opposite side, other side,
对方、
Counterpart, other person involved, opposite side, other side.
对手、
opponent, rival, competitor, adversary,
对手、
Opponent, rival, competitor, adversary.
对象、
target, object, partner, boyfriend, girlfriend,
对象、
Target, object, partner, boyfriend, girlfriend.
顿、
to stop, to pause, classifier for meals, beatings, scoldings, etc., time, bout, spell, meal,
顿、
To stop, to pause, classifier for meals, beatings, scoldings, etc., time, bout, spell, meal.
发表、
to issue, to publish,
发表、
To issue, to publish.
发出、
to issue, to send out, to dispatch, to produce, to let out,
发出、
To issue, to send out, to dispatch, to produce, to let out.
发达、
developed, flourishing, to develop,
发达、
Developed, flourishing, to develop.
发动、
to start, to launch, to unleash, to mobilize, to arouse,
发动、
To start, to launch, to unleash, to mobilize, to arouse.
发明、
to invent, an invention,
发明、
To invent, an invention.
发生、
to happen, to occur, to take place, to break out,
发生、
To happen, to occur, to take place, to break out.
发送、
to transmit, to dispatch, to issue,
发送、
To transmit, to dispatch, to issue.
发言、
to make a speech, statement, utterance,
发言、
To make a speech, statement, utterance.
发展、
development, growth, to develop, to grow, to expand,
发展、
Development, growth, to develop, to grow, to expand.
反对、
to fight against, to disagree, to oppose, to be opposed to, opposition,
反对、
To fight against, to disagree, to oppose, to be opposed to, opposition.
反复、
repeatedly, over and over, to upend, unstable, to come and go,
反复、
Repeatedly, over and over, to upend, unstable, to come and go.
反应、
to react, to respond, reaction, response, reply, chemical reaction,
反应、
To react, to respond, reaction, response, reply, chemical reaction.
反正、
anyway, in any case,
反正、
Anyway, in any case.
范围、
range, scope, limit, extent,
范围
range, scope, limit, extent.
方式
way, manner, style, mood, pattern.
方式
way, manner, style, mode, pattern.
防
To protect, to defend, to guard against, to prevent.
防
To protect, to defend, to guard against, to prevent.
防治
To prevent, to guard against, to take precautions.
防止
To prevent, to guard against, to take precautions.
房东
Landlord.
房东
Landlord.
房屋
House, building.
房屋
House, building.
房租
Rent for a room or house.
房租
Rent for a room or house.
访问
To visit, to call on, to interview.
访问
To visit, to call on, to interview.
放到
To put.
放到
To put.
飞行
To fly, flying, flight, aviation.
飞行
To fly, flying, flight, aviation.
费
To cost, to spend, fee, expenses.
费
To cost, to spend, fee, expenses.
费用
Cost, expenditure, expense.
费用
Cost, expenditure, expense.
分别
To part or leave each other, to distinguish, difference, in different ways, differently, separately or individually.
分别
To part or leave each other, to distinguish, difference, in different ways, differently, separately or individually.
分配
To distribute, to assign, to allocate.
分配
To distribute, to assign, to allocate.
分组
To divide into groups.
分组
To divide into groups.
丰富
To enrich, rich, plentiful, abundant.
丰富
To enrich, rich, plentiful, abundant.
风险
Risk, hazard.
风险
Risk, hazard.
否定
To negate, to deny, to reject, negative, negation.
否定
To negate, to deny, to reject, negative, negation.
否认
To declare to be untrue, to deny.
否认
To declare to be untrue, to deny.
服装
Dress, clothing, costume, clothes.
服装
Dress, clothing, costume, clothes.
福
Good fortune, happiness, luck.
福
Good fortune, happiness, luck.
父母
Parents, father and mother.
父母
Parents, father and mother.
父亲
Father.
父亲
Father.
父
To pay, to hand over to, classifier for pairs.
付
To pay, to hand over to, classifier for pairs.
负责
To be in charge of, to take responsibility for.
负责
To be in charge of, to take responsibility for.
复印
To photocopy, to duplicate a document.
复印
To photocopy, to duplicate a document.
复杂
Complicated, complex.
复杂
Complicated, complex.
富
Rich, abundant, wealthy.
富
Rich, abundant, wealthy.
改进
To improve, to make better.
改进
To improve, to make better.
改造
To transform, to reform, to remodel, to remold.
改造
To transform, to reform, to remodel, to remold.
概念
Concept, idea.
概念
Concept, idea.
赶
To catch up with, to hurry, to rush, to try to catch.
赶
To catch up with, to hurry, to rush, to try to catch.
赶到
To hurry.
赶到
To hurry.
赶紧
Hurriedly, without delay.
赶紧
Hurriedly, without delay.
赶快
At once, immediately.
赶快
At once, immediately.
赶
To dare, daring.
赶
To dare, daring.
感冒
To catch cold, cold.
感冒
To catch cold, cold.
感情
Emotion, sentiment, affection, feelings between two persons.
感情
Emotion, sentiment, affection, feelings between two persons.
感受
To sense, perception, to feel, to experience, a feeling, an impression, an experience.
感受
To sense, perception, to feel, to experience, a feeling, an impression, an experience.
干嘛
What is, someone, doing, what is going on, what is wrong, what is up, why on earth, whatever for.
干嘛
What is, someone, doing, what is going on, what is wrong, what is up, why on earth, whatever for.
高速
High speed.
高速
High speed.
高速公路
Expressway, highway, freeway.
高速公路
Expressway, highway, freeway.
告别
To bid farewell to say goodbye to leave.
告别
To bid farewell to say goodbye to leave.
歌迷
Fan of a singer.
歌迷
Fan of a singer.
歌声
Singing voice.
歌声
Singing voice.
歌手
Singer.
歌手，
singer,
个人，
individual, personal, oneself.
个人，
individual, personal, oneself,
个性，
individuality, personality.
个性，
individuality, personality,
个，
Each, every.
个，
each, every,
各地，
In all parts of, various regions.
各地，
in all parts of, various regions,
各位，
Everybody, all of you.
各位，
everybody, all of you,
各种，
Every kind of, all kinds of, various kinds.
各种，
every kind of, all kinds of, various kinds,
各自，
Each, respective, a piece.
各自，
each, respective, a piece,
根本，
Fundamental, basic, root, simply.
根本，
fundamental, basic, root, simply,
更加，
More, even more.
更加，
more, even more,
工厂，
Factory.
工厂，
factory,
工程师，
Engineer.
工程师，
engineer,
功夫，
Period of time, skill, labor, effort.
功夫，
period of time, skill, labor, effort,
工具，
Tool, instrument, utensil.
工具，
tool, instrument, utensil,
工业，
Industry.
工业，
industry,
工资，
Wages, pay.
工资，
wages, pay,
公布，
To announce, to make public, to publish.
公布，
to announce, to make public, to publish,
公共，
Public, common, communal.
公共，
public, common, communal,
公开，
To publish, to make public.
公开，
to publish, to make public,
公民，
Citizen.
公民，
citizen,
公务员，
Civil servant.
公务员，
civil servant,
功夫，
Kung fu, effort.
功夫，
kung fu, effort,
功课，
Homework, assignment, task, classwork.
功课，
homework, assignment, task, classwork,
功能，
Function, capability.
功能，
function, capability,
共同，
Common, joint, jointly, together, collaborative.
共同，
common, joint, jointly, together, collaborative,
共有，
To have all together, in all.
共有，
to have altogether, in all.
姑娘
Girl, young woman, young lady, daughter.
姑娘
Girl, young woman, young lady, daughter.
古
Ancient, old, palea.
古
Ancient, old, palea.
古代
Ancient times, olden times.
古代
Ancient times, olden times.
故乡
Home, homeland.
故乡
Home, homeland.
挂
To hang up.
挂
To hang up.
关系
Relation, relationship, to concern, to affect, to have to do with.
关系
Relation, relationship, to concern, to affect, to have to do with.
关注
To pay attention to follow sth closely, to follow, concern, interest, attention.
关注
To pay attention to follow sth closely, to follow, concern, interest, attention.
观察
To observe, to watch, to survey, to examine, observation, view, perspective.
观察
To observe, to watch, to survey, to examine, observation, view, perspective.
观看
To watch, to view.
观看
To watch, to view.
观念
Notion, thought, concept, sense, views, ideology, general impressions.
观念
Notion, thought, concept, sense, views, ideology, general impressions.
观众
Spectators, audience, visitors.
观众
Spectators, audience, visitors.
管
To control, to manage, to be in charge of, to run, tube, pipe.
管
To control, to manage, to be in charge of, to run, tube, pipe.
管理
To supervise, to manage, to administer, management, administration.
管理
To supervise, to manage, to administer, management, administration.
光
Light, ray, bright, only, merely, to use up.
光
Light, ray, bright, only, merely, to use up.
光明
Light, radiance, bright.
光明
Light, radiance, bright.
广播
Broadcast, broadcasting, to broadcast, to propagate, to publicize.
广播
Broadcast, broadcasting, to broadcast, to propagate, to publicize.
广大
Vast or extensive, large scale, widespread, numerous.
广大
Vast or extensive, large scale, widespread, numerous.
规定
Regulation, rule, to stipulate, to set.
规定
Regulation, rule, to stipulate, to set.
规范
Norm, standard, specification, regulation, rule, within the rules, to fix rules, to regulate, to specify.
规范
Norm, standard, specification, regulation, rule, within the rules, to fix rules, to regulate, to specify.
国内
domestic,
国内
Domestic.
国庆
national day,
国庆
National Day.
果然
really, sure enough, as expected,
果然
Really, sure enough, as expected.
果汁
fruit juice,
果汁
Fruit juice.
过程
course of events, process,
过程
Course of events, process.
过去
past,
过去
Past.
哈哈
laughing out loud,
哈哈
Laughing out loud.
海关
customs,
海关
Customs.
害怕
to be afraid, to be scared,
害怕
To be afraid, to be scared.
行
row, line, commercial firm, line of business, profession,
行
Row, line, commercial firm, line of business, profession.
好好
well, carefully, nicely, properly,
好好
Well, carefully, nicely, properly.
好奇
inquisitive, curious, inquisitiveness, curiosity,
好奇
Inquisitive, curious, inquisitiveness, curiosity.
和
to close, to join, to fit, to be equal to, whole, together, round,
和
To close, to join, to fit, to be equal to, whole, together, round.
合法
lawful, legitimate, legal,
合法
Lawful, legitimate, legal.
合格
to meet the standard required, qualified, eligible,
合格
To meet the standard required, qualified, eligible.
合理
rational, reasonable, fair,
合理
Rational, reasonable, fair.
合作
to cooperate, to collaborate, to work together, cooperation,
合作
To cooperate, to collaborate, to work together, cooperation.
和平
peace, peaceful,
和平
Peace, peaceful.
红茶
black tea,
红茶
Black tea.
红酒
red wine,
红酒
Red wine.
后果
consequences, aftermath,
后果
Consequences, aftermath.
后面
rear, back, behind, later, afterwards,
后面
Rear, back, behind, later, afterwards.
后年
the year after next,
后年
The year after next.
互联网
Internet.
互联网
Internet.
互相
Each other, mutually, mutual.
互相
Each other, mutually, mutual.
划船
To row a boat, rowing boat, rowing.
划船
To row a boat, rowing boat, rowing.
华人
Chinese person or people.
华人
Chinese person or people.
决定
To decide, to resolve, decision, certainly.
决定
To decide, to resolve, decision, certainly.
决赛
Finals.
决赛
Finals.
决心
Determination, resolution, determined, firm and resolute, to make up one's mind.
决心
Determination, resolution, determined, firm and resolute, to make up one's mind.
绝对
Absolute, unconditional.
绝对
Absolute, unconditional.
咖啡
Coffee.
咖啡
Coffee.
开发
To exploit, to open up, to develop.
开发
To exploit, to open up, to develop.
开放
To bloom, to open, to be open, to open up, to be open-minded.
开放
To bloom, to open, to be open, to open up, to be open-minded.
开始
To begin, beginning, to start, initial.
开始
To begin, beginning, to start, initial.
开业
To open a business, to open a practice, open.
开业
To open a business, to open a practice, open.
开战
To launch, to develop, to unfold, to open.
开战
To launch, to develop, to unfold, to open.
看起来
Seemingly, apparently, looks as if, appear to be, gives the impression that.
看起来
Seemingly, apparently, looks as if, appear to be, gives the impression that.
看上去
It would appear, it seems.
看上去
It would appear, it seems.
考验
To test, to put to the test, trial, ordeal.
考验
To test, to put to the test, trial, ordeal.
科技
Science and technology.
科技
Science and technology.
可靠
Reliable.
可靠
Reliable.
可乐
Amusing, entertaining, cola.
可乐
Amusing, entertaining, cola.
克服
Overcome, to conquer, to put up with, to endure.
克服
Overcome, to conquer, to put up with, to endure.
客观
Objective, impartial.
客观
Objective, impartial.
课程
Course, academic program.
课程
Course, academic program.
空
Empty.
空
Empty.
空调
Air conditioning, air conditioner.
空调
Air conditioning, air conditioner.
恐怕
Fear, to dread, I'm afraid that, perhaps, maybe.
恐怕
Fear, to dread, I'm afraid that, perhaps, maybe.
空儿
Spare time, free time.
空儿
Spare time, free time.
裤子
Trousers, pants.
裤子
Trousers, pants.
快速
Fast, high speed, rapid.
快速
Fast, high speed, rapid.
困
Sleepy, tired.
困
Sleepy, tired.
困难
Difficult, challenging, straitened circumstances, difficult situation.
困难
Difficult, challenging, straitened circumstances, difficult situation.
浪费
To waste, to squander.
浪费
To waste, to squander.
老百姓
Ordinary people.
老百姓
Ordinary people.
老板
Boss.
老板
Boss.
老太太
Elderly lady, esteemed mother.
老太太
Elderly lady, esteemed mother.
老头儿
Old man.
老头儿
Old man.
乐
Happy, cheerful, to laugh.
乐
Happy, cheerful, to laugh.
乐观
Optimistic.
乐观
Optimistic.
类
Kind, type, class, category, similar, like, to resemble.
类
Kind, type, class, category, similar, like, to resemble.
"类似
similar, analogous,
类似，
Similar, analogous.
离婚
to divorce, divorced from,
离婚，
To divorce, divorced from.
里面
inside, interior,
里面，
Inside, interior.
理发
haircut,
理发，
Haircut.
理解
to comprehend, to understand, comprehension, understanding,
理解，
To comprehend, to understand, comprehension, understanding.
理论
theory, to argue,
理论，
Theory, to argue.
理由
reason, grounds, justification,
理由，
Reason, grounds, justification.
力
power, force, strength,
力，
Power, force, strength.
力量
power, force, strength,
力量，
Power, force, strength.
立刻
immediate, prompt, promptly, straightway, at once,
立刻，
Immediate, prompt, promptly, straightway, at once.
利用
to make use of, to use, to take advantage of, to utilize, to exploit,
利用，
To make use of, to use, to take advantage of, to utilize, to exploit.
连
to link, to join, to connect, continuously, in succession, including,
连，
To link, to join, to connect, continuously, in succession, including.
连忙
promptly, at once,
连忙，
Promptly, at once.
连续
continuous, in a row, serial, consecutive,
连续，
Continuous, in a row, serial, consecutive.
连续剧
TV series,
连续剧，
TV series.
联合
to combine, to join, unite, alliance,
联合，
To combine, to join, unite, alliance.
联合国
United Nations,
联合国，
United Nations.
联系
connection, contact, relation, to get in touch with, to integrate, to link,
联系，
connection, contact, relation, to get in touch with, to integrate, to link.
凉水
Cool water, unboiled water.
凉水
Cool water, unboiled water.
了
Indicate completion of an action. When placed at the end of a clause or a sentence, it usually indicates a change of some kind.
了
Indicate completion of an action. When placed at the end of a clause or a sentence, it usually indicates a change of some kind.
领
Neck, collar, to lead, to receive.
领
Neck, collar, to lead, to receive.
领导
Lead, leading, to lead, leadership, leader.
领导
Lead, leading, to lead, leadership, leader.
领先
To lead, to be in front.
领先
To lead, to be in front.
另外
Additional, in addition, besides, separate, other, moreover, furthermore.
另外
Additional, in addition, besides, separate, other, moreover, furthermore.
另一方面
On the other hand, another aspect.
另一方面
On the other hand, another aspect.
留学
To study abroad.
留学
To study abroad.
龙
Dragon, imperial.
龙
Dragon, imperial.
路
Diary, record.
路
Diary, record.
录音
To record, sound recording.
录音
To record, sound recording.
路线
Itinerary, route, political line.
路线
Itinerary, route, political line.
旅馆
Hotel.
旅馆
Hotel.
旅行社
Travel agency.
旅行社
Travel agency.
绿茶
Green tea.
绿茶
Green tea.
乱
In confusion or disorder. In a confused state of mind, disorder, upheaval, riot, to throw into disorder, to mix up.
乱
In confusion or disorder, in a confused state of mind, disorder, upheaval, riot, to throw into disorder, to mix up.
落后
To fall behind, to lag, backward, to retrogress.
落后
To fall behind, to lag, backward, to retrogress.
麻烦，
Inconvenient, troublesome, annoying, to trouble or bother us be, to put us be to trouble.
麻烦
Inconvenient, troublesome, annoying, to trouble or bother SB, to put SB to trouble.
马，
Horse,
马
Horse,
满足，
to satisfy, to meet, satisfied, content.
满足
to satisfy, to meet, satisfied, content.
慢慢，
Slowly,
慢慢
Slowly,
毛，
hair, feather, classifier for Chinese fractional monetary unit, equals 1/10 of a yuan or 10 fun.
毛
hair, feather, classifier for Chinese fractional monetary unit, equals 1/10 of a yuan or 10 fun.
毛病，
Fault, defect, shortcomings.
毛病
Fault, defect, shortcomings.
没用，
Useless,
没用
Useless,
媒体，
media, ESP news media.
媒体
media, ESP news media.
每，
Each, every.
每
Each, every.
美，
Beautiful, good, pretty.
美
Beautiful, good, pretty.
美好，
Beautiful, fine.
美好
Beautiful, fine.
美丽，
Beautiful,
美丽
Beautiful,
美食，
gourmet food.
美食
gourmet food.
美术，
Art, fine arts, painting.
美术
Art, fine arts, painting.
美元，
US dollar,
美元
US dollar.
迷，
to bewilder, crazy about, fan, enthusiast, lost, confused.
迷
To bewilder, crazy about, fan, enthusiast, lost, confused.
米，
Rice, meter.
米
Rice, meter.
面对，
To confront, to face.
面对
To confront, to face.
面积，
Area, surface area, tract of land.
面积
Area, surface area, tract of land.
民间，
Among the people, folk, non-governmental, involving people rather than governments.
民间
Among the people, folk, non-governmental, involving people rather than governments.
民族
Nationality, ethnic group.
民族
Nationality, ethnic group.
明确
Clear-cut, definite, explicit, to clarify, to specify, to make definite.
明确
Clear-cut, definite, explicit, to clarify, to specify, to make definite.
明显
Clear, distinct, obvious.
明显
Clear, distinct, obvious.
命运
Fate, destiny.
命运
Fate, destiny.
某
Some, certain.
某
Some, certain.
母亲
Mother.
母亲
Mother.
木头
Slow-witted, blockhead, log.
木头
Slow-witted, blockhead, log.
目标
Target, goal, objective.
目标
Target, goal, objective.
目前
At the present time, currently.
目前
At the present time, currently.
奶茶
Milk tea.
奶茶
Milk tea.
男子
A man, a male.
男子
A man, a male.
南部
Southern part.
南部
Southern part.
难道
Don't tell me, could it be that?
难道
Don't tell me, could it be that?
难度
Difficulty.
难度
Difficulty.
内
Inside, inner, internal, within, interior.
内
Inside, inner, internal, within, interior.
内容
Content, substance, details.
内容
Content, substance, details.
内心
Heart, innermost being.
内心
Heart, innermost being.
能不能
Is it possible to?
能不能
Is it possible to?
能力
Capability, ability.
能力
Capability, ability.
年初，
beginning of the year,
年初，
beginning of the year,
年代，
a decade of a century, age, era, period,
年代，
a decade of a century, age, era, period,
年底，
the end of the year, year end,
年底，
the end of the year, year end,
年纪，
age,
年纪，
age,
念，
to read, to study, to attend, to read aloud, to miss, idea, remembrance,
念，
to read, to study, to attend, to read aloud, to miss, idea, remembrance,
牛，
ox, cow, bull,
牛，
ox, cow, bull,
农村，
rural area, village,
农村，
rural area, village,
农民，
peasant, farmer,
农民，
peasant, farmer,
农业，
agriculture, farming,
农业，
agriculture, farming,
女子，
woman, female,
女子，
woman, female,
暖和，
warm, nice and warm,
暖和，
warm, nice and warm,
怕，
to be afraid, to fear, to dread, to be unable to endure, perhaps,
怕，
to be afraid, to fear, to dread, to be unable to endure, perhaps,
拍，
to pat, to clap, to slap, to swat, to take, to shoot,
拍，
to pat, to clap, to slap, to swat, to take, to shoot,
排，
a row, a line, to set in order, to arrange, to line up,
排，
a row, a line, to set in order, to arrange, to line up,
排名，
to rank, ranking,
排名，
to rank, ranking,
牌子，
sign, trademark, brand,
牌子，
sign, trademark, brand,
派，
clique, school, group, faction, to dispatch, to send, to assign, to appoint,
派，
clique, school, group, faction, to dispatch, to send, to assign, to appoint,
判断，
to judge, to determine, judgment,
判断，
to judge, to determine, judgment,
胖，
fat, plump.
胖
fat, plump.
跑步
To run, to jog.
跑步
To run, to jog.
配
To join, to fit, to mate, to mix, to match, to deserve, to allocate.
配
To join, to fit, to mate, to mix, to match, to deserve, to allocate.
配合
Matching, fitting in with, to cooperate, to coordinate with, to fit.
配合
Matching, fitting in with, to cooperate, to coordinate with, to fit.
批评
To criticize, criticism.
批评
To criticize, criticism.
批准
To approve, to ratify.
批准
To approve, to ratify.
皮
Leather, skin, fur.
皮
Leather, skin, fur.
皮包
Handbag, briefcase.
皮包
Handbag, briefcase.
啤酒
Beer.
啤酒
Beer.
票价
Ticket price, fare, admission fee.
票价
Ticket price, fare, admission fee.
评价
To evaluate, to assess.
评价
To evaluate, to assess.
苹果
Apple.
苹果
Apple.
破
Broken, damaged, worn out, rotten, to break, split or cleave, to destroy, to break with.
破
Broken, damaged, worn out, rotten, to break, split or cleave, to destroy, to break with.
破坏
Destruction, damage, to wreck, to break, to destroy.
破坏
Destruction, damage, to wreck, to break, to destroy.
普遍
Universal, general, widespread, common.
普遍
Universal, general, widespread, common.
普及
To spread extensively, to generalize, widespread, popular, universal, ubiquitous, pervasive.
普及
To spread extensively, to generalize, widespread, popular, universal, ubiquitous, pervasive.
七
Period of time, date, time limit.
七
Period of time, date, time limit.
齐
Neat, even, level with, identical, simultaneous, all together, to even STH out.
齐
Neat, even, level with, identical, simultaneous, all together, to even STH out.
其次
Next, secondly.
其次
Next, secondly.
其实
Actually, in fact, really.
其实
Actually, in fact, really.
奇怪
Strange, odd, to marvel, to be baffled.
奇怪
Strange, odd, to marvel, to be baffled.
气候
Climate, atmosphere, situation.
气候
Climate, atmosphere, situation.
千万
10 million, countless, many, one must by all means.
千万
10 million, countless, many, one must by all means.
前后
Around, from beginning to end, all around, front and rear.
前后
Around, from beginning to end, all around, front and rear.
前进
To go forward, to forge ahead, to advance, onward.
前进
To go forward, to forge ahead, to advance, onward.
前面
Ahead, in front, preceding, above, also PR.
前面
Ahead, in front, preceding, above, also PR.
前往
To leave for, to proceed towards, to go.
前往
To leave for, to proceed towards, to go.
强
Strong, powerful, vigorous, violent.
强
Strong, powerful, vigorous, violent.
强大
Large, formidable, powerful, strong.
强大
Large, formidable, powerful, strong.
强调
To emphasize, to stress.
强调
To emphasize, to stress.
强烈
Intense, strong.
强烈
Intense, strong.
桥
Bridge.
桥
Bridge.
巧
Coincidentally, as it happens, skillful.
巧
Coincidentally, as it happens, skillful.
亲
Parent, relative, to kiss.
亲
Parent, relative, to kiss.
亲切
Amiable, cordial, close and dear, familiar.
亲切
Amiable, cordial, close and dear, familiar.
亲人、
One's close relatives.
亲人、
One's close relatives.
亲自、
Personally, in person, oneself.
亲自、
Personally, in person, oneself.
情感、
Feeling, emotion, to move.
情感、
Feeling, emotion, to move.
情况、
Circumstances, state of affairs, situation.
情况、
Circumstances, state of affairs, situation.
请教、
To ask for guidance, to consult.
请教、
To ask for guidance, to consult.
庆祝、
To celebrate.
庆祝、
To celebrate.
球迷、
Fan.
球迷、
Fan.
区、
Area, region, district.
区、
Area, region, district.
区别、
Difference, to distinguish, to discriminate, to make a distinction.
区别、
Difference, to distinguish, to discriminate, to make a distinction.
取消、
To cancel, cancellation.
取消、
To cancel, cancellation.
去世、
To pass away, to die.
去世、
To pass away, to die.
全场、
Everyone present, the whole audience, across the board, whole duration.
全场、
Everyone present, the whole audience, across the board, whole duration.
全面、
All around, comprehensive, total.
全面、
All around, comprehensive, total.
全球、
Global, the world, worldwide.
全球、
Global, the world, worldwide.
缺、
Deficiency, lack, scarce, to run short of.
缺、
Deficiency, lack, scarce, to run short of.
缺点、
Weak point, fault, shortcoming, disadvantage.
缺点、
Weak point, fault, shortcoming, disadvantage.
缺少、
Lack, a shortage of, shortfall, to be short, to lack.
缺少、
Lack, shortage of, shortfall, to be short, to lack.
确保、
To ensure, to guarantee.
确保、
To ensure, to guarantee.
确定、
Definite, certain, fixed, to determine, to ensure, to make certain, to ascertain, to clinch, to confirm.
确定，
Definite, certain, fixed, to determine, to ensure, to make certain, to ascertain, to clinch, to confirm.
确实，
Indeed, really, reliable, real, true.
确实，
Indeed, really, reliable, real, true.
裙子，
Skirt,
裙子，
Skirt,
群，
group, crowd, flock, herd, pack, etc.
群，
group, crowd, flock, herd, pack, etc.
热爱，
To love ardently, to adore.
热爱，
To love ardently, to adore.
热烈，
Enthusiastic, ardent, warm.
热烈，
Enthusiastic, ardent, warm.
人才，
Talent, talented person.
人才，
Talent, talented person.
人工，
Artificial, manual work.
人工，
Artificial, manual work.
人类，
Humanity, human race, mankind.
人类，
Humanity, human race, mankind.
人民，
The people.
人民，
The people.
人民币，
Renminbi, Chinese yuan.
人民币，
Renminbi, Chinese yuan.
人群，
Crowd.
人群，
Crowd.
人生，
Life.
人生，
Life.
人员，
Staff, crew, personnel.
人员，
Staff, crew, personnel.
认出，
Recognition, to recognize.
认出，
Recognition, to recognize.
认得，
To recognize, to remember sth on seeing it, to know.
认得，
To recognize, to remember sth on seeing it, to know.
认可，
To approve, approval, acknowledgement.
认可，
To approve, approval, acknowledgement.
认，
To assign, to appoint.
认，
To assign, to appoint.
认，
No matter.
认，
No matter.
任何，
Any, whatever, whichever, whatsoever.
任何
Any, whatever, whichever, whatsoever.
任务
Mission, assignment, task, duty, role.
任务
Mission, assignment, task, duty, role.
人
Still, yet, to remain.
仍
Still, yet, to remain.
仍然
Still, yet.
仍然
Still, yet.
日常
Daily, everyday.
日常
Daily, everyday.
容易
Easy.
容易
Easy.
如何
How, what way, what.
如何
How, what way, what.
散步
To take a walk, to go for a walk.
散步
To take a walk, to go for a walk.
沙发
Sofa.
沙发
Sofa.
沙子
Sand, grit.
沙子
Sand, grit.
伤
To injure, injury, wound.
伤
To injure, injury, wound.
伤心
To grieve, to be broken-hearted, to feel deeply hurt.
伤心
To grieve, to be broken-hearted, to feel deeply hurt.
商品
Commodity, goods, merchandise.
商品
Commodity, goods, merchandise.
商业
Business, trade, commerce.
商业
Business, trade, commerce.
上来
To come up, to approach, verb complement indicating success.
上来
To come up, to approach, verb complement indicating success.
上面
On top of, above mentioned.
上面
On top of, above mentioned.
上去
To go up.
上去
To go up.
上升
To rise, to go up, to ascend.
上升
To rise, to go up, to ascend.
上衣
Jacket.
上衣
Jacket.
设备
Equipment, facilities.
设备
Equipment, facilities.
设计、
plan, design, to plan.
设计、
plan, design, to plan.
设立、
To set up, to establish.
设立、
To set up, to establish.
社会、
Society.
社会、
Society.
身份证、
Identity card.
身份证、
Identity card.
深、
Deep, depth, deeply, dark.
深、
Deep, depth, deeply, dark.
深刻、
Profound, deep, deep going.
深刻、
Profound, deep, deep going.
深入、
To penetrate deeply, thorough.
深入、
To penetrate deeply, thorough.
升、
To ascend, to rise to the rank of, to promote, to hoist, leader.
升、
To ascend, to rise to the rank of, to promote, to hoist, leader.
生、
To be born, to give birth, life, to grow, raw, uncooked.
生、
To be born, to give birth, life, to grow, raw, uncooked.
生产、
To produce, to manufacture, to give birth to a child.
生产、
To produce, to manufacture, to give birth to a child.
生存、
To exist, to survive.
生存、
To exist, to survive.
生动、
Vivid, lively.
生动、
Vivid, lively.
生命、
Life, living being, creature.
生命、
Life, living being, creature.
生意、
Business.
生意、
Business.
生长、
To grow.
生长、
To grow.
声明、
To state, to declare, statement, declaration.
声明、
To state, to declare, statement, declaration.
胜、
Victory, success, to defeat, to surpass, victorious, superior to, better than.
胜、
Victory, success, to defeat, to surpass, victorious, superior to, better than.
胜利、
Victory.
胜利、
Victory.
失去、
To lose.
失去、
To lose.
石头
stone,
石头，
stone,
石油
oil, petroleum,
石油，
oil, petroleum,
时
a clock, time, when, hour, season, period.
时，
a clock, time, when, hour, season, period.
时代
Age, era, epoch, period.
时代，
age, era, epoch, period.
时刻
Time, juncture, moment, period of time, constantly, always.
时刻，
time, juncture, moment, period of time, constantly, always.
实际上
In fact, in reality, as a matter of fact, in practice.
实际上，
in fact, in reality, as a matter of fact, in practice.
实力
Strength,
实力，
strength,
实行
to implement, to carry out, to put into practice.
实行，
to implement, to carry out, to put into practice.
实验
Experiment, test, experimental, to experiment.
实验，
experiment, test, experimental, to experiment.
实验室
Laboratory,
实验室，
laboratory,
食品
food, provisions.
食品，
food, provisions.
使
To make, to cause, to enable, to use, to employ, to send, to instruct SB, to do STeach, envoy, messenger.
使，
to make, to cause, to enable, to use, to employ, to send, to instruct SB, to do STH, envoy, messenger.
始终
From beginning to end, all along.
始终，
from beginning to end, all along.
世纪
Century,
世纪，
century,
世界
world,
世界，
world,
世界杯
World Cup,
世界杯，
World Cup,
市场
marketplace, market.
市场，
marketplace, market.
事故
Accident,
事故，
accident,
事件
incident, event, happening.
事件
incident, event, happening.
事实，
fact,
事实
Fact.
事实上，
in fact, in reality, actually, as a matter of fact, de facto,
事实上
In fact, in reality, actually, as a matter of fact, de facto.
事业，
career, occupation,
事业
Career, occupation.
试题，
exam question, test topic,
试题
Exam question, test topic.
试验，
experiment, test, to experiment, experimental,
试验
Experiment, test, to experiment, experimental.
适合，
to fit, to suit,
适合
To fit, to suit.
适应，
to adapt, to fit, to suit,
适应
To adapt, to fit, to suit.
适用，
to be applicable,
适用
To be applicable.
是，
room, work unit,
是
Room, work unit.
收费，
to charge a fee,
收费
To charge a fee.
收看，
to watch,
收看
To watch.
收听，
to listen to,
收听
To listen to.
收音机，
radio,
收音机
Radio.
手续，
procedure, formalities,
手续
Procedure, formalities.
手指，
finger,
手指
Finger.
首都，
capital city,
首都
Capital city.
首先，
first of all, in the first place,
首先
First of all, in the first place.
受，
to receive, to accept, to suffer, subjected to bear, to stand,
受
To receive, to accept, to suffer, subjected to bear, to stand.
受伤，
to sustain injuries, wounded, harmed,
受伤
To sustain injuries, wounded, harmed.
书架，
bookshelf,
书架、
bookshelf,
书
to lose, to transport, to donate,
书、
to lose, to transport, to donate,
输入
to import, to input,
输入、
to import, to input,
熟人
acquaintance, friend,
熟人、
acquaintance, friend,
属
category, genus, to belong to, subordinate to, affiliated with, to be,
属、
category, genus, to belong to, subordinate to, affiliated with, to be,
属于
to be classified as, to belong to be part of,
属于、
to be classified as, to belong to be part of,
树
to bind, bunch, bundle, classifier for bunches, bundles, beams of light, etc.
树、
to bind, bunch, bundle, classifier for bunches, bundles, beams of light, etc.
数量
amount, quantity,
数量、
amount, quantity,
双
two, double, pair, both, even,
双、
two, double, pair, both, even,
双方
bilateral, both sides, both parties involved,
双方、
bilateral, both sides, both parties involved,
思想
thought, thinking, idea, ideology,
思想、
thought, thinking, idea, ideology,
死
to die, dead, deadly,
死、
to die, dead, deadly,
速度
speed, rate, velocity, tempo,
速度、
speed, rate, velocity, tempo,
随
to follow, to comply with, varying according to allow, subsequently,
随、
to follow, to comply with, varying according to allow, subsequently,
所
actually, place, classifier for houses, small buildings, institutions, etc., that which,
所、
actually, place, classifier for houses, small buildings, institutions, etc., that which,
所长
head of an institute, etc.,
所长、
head of an institute, etc.,
台
platform, stage, terrace, stand, support, station, classifier for vehicles or machines,
台、
platform, stage, terrace, stand, support, station, classifier for vehicles or machines.
谈
To speak, to talk, to converse, to chat, to discuss.
谈
To speak, to talk, to converse, to chat, to discuss.
谈话
Talk, conversation.
谈话
Talk, conversation.
谈判
To negotiate, negotiation.
谈判
To negotiate, negotiation.
汤
Soup, hot or boiling water.
汤
Soup, hot or boiling water.
糖
Sugar, sweets, candy.
糖
Sugar, sweets, candy.
特色
Characteristic, distinguishing feature or quality.
特色
Characteristic, distinguishing feature or quality.
提前
To shift to an earlier date, to do STH ahead of time, in advance.
提前
To shift to an earlier date, to do STH ahead of time, in advance.
提问
To question, to quiz, to grill.
提问
To question, to quiz, to grill.
题目
Subject, title, topic.
题目
Subject, title, topic.
体会
To know from experience, to learn through experience, to realize, understanding, experience.
体会
To know from experience, to learn through experience, to realize, understanding, experience.
体现
To embody, to reflect, to incarnate.
体现
To embody, to reflect, to incarnate.
体验
To experience for oneself.
体验
To experience for oneself.
天空
Sky.
天空
Sky.
甜
Sweet.
甜
Sweet.
洞
Cave, hole, zero.
洞
Cave, hole, zero.
调整
To adjust, adjustment, revision.
调整
To adjust, adjustment, revision.
跳
To jump, to hop, to skip over, to bounce, to palpitate.
跳
To jump, to hop, to skip over, to bounce, to palpitate.
跳高
High jump.
跳高
High jump.
跳舞，
To dance.
跳舞，
To dance.
跳远，
Long jump.
跳远，
Long jump.
铁，
Iron.
铁，
Iron.
铁路，
Railroad, railway.
铁路，
Railroad, railway.
听力，
Hearing, listening ability.
听力，
Hearing, listening ability.
听众，
Audience, listeners.
听众，
Audience, listeners.
停止，
To stop, to halt, to cease.
停止，
To stop, to halt, to cease.
通常，
Usual, normal, usually, normally.
通常，
Usual, normal, usually, normally.
通信，
Communication, to communicate, to correspond.
通信，
Communication, to communicate, to correspond.
同意，
To agree, to consent, to approve.
同意，
To agree, to consent, to approve.
痛，
Pain, sorrow, ache.
痛，
Pain, sorrow, ache.
痛苦，
Pain, suffering, painful.
痛苦，
Pain, suffering, painful.
头，
First, leading, head.
头，
First, leading, head.
头脑，
Brains, mind, skull.
头脑，
Brains, mind, skull.
突出，
Prominent, outstanding, to give prominence to protrude.
突出，
Prominent, outstanding, to give prominence to protrude.
突然，
Sudden, abrupt.
突然，
Sudden, abrupt.
图，
Diagram, picture, drawing, chart, map.
图，
Diagram, picture, drawing, chart, map.
图画，
Drawing, picture.
图画，
Drawing, picture.
土，
Earth, dust, clay.
土，
Earth, dust, clay.
团，
To roll into a ball, to gather, group.
团，
To roll into a ball, to gather, group.
团结
To unite, unity, solidarity, united.
团结，
To unite, unity, solidarity, united.
团体
Group, organization, team.
团体，
Group, organization, team.
推动
To push forward, to promote, to actuate.
推动，
To push forward, to promote, to actuate.
推广
To promote.
推广，
To promote.
推进
To push on, to advance.
推进，
To push on, to advance.
推开
To push open, to push away, to reject, to decline.
推开，
To push open, to push away, to reject, to decline.
退
To retreat, to decline, to move back.
退，
To retreat, to decline, to move back.
退出
To withdraw, to abort, to quit, to log out.
退出，
To withdraw, to abort, to quit, to log out.
退休
To retire, retirement.
退休，
To retire, retirement.
外交
Diplomacy, diplomatic, foreign affairs.
外交，
Diplomacy, diplomatic, foreign affairs.
外面
Outside, surface, exterior.
外面，
Outside, surface, exterior.
外文
Foreign language.
外文，
Foreign language.
完美
Perfect, perfection, perfectly.
完美，
Perfect, perfection, perfectly.
完善
Well developed, complete, to refine, to improve.
完善，
Well developed, complete, to refine, to improve.
完整
Complete, intact.
完整，
Complete, intact.
玩具
Toy.
玩具，
Toy.
往往
Usually, in many cases, more often than not.
往往，
Usually, in many cases, more often than not.
危害
To jeopardize, to harm, to endanger, harmful effect, damage.
危害，
To jeopardize, to harm, to endanger, harmful effect, damage.
危险
Danger, dangerous.
危险，
danger, dangerous.
为
To be, to do.
为
To be, to do.
为
By.
为
By.
围
To encircle, to surround, to wear by wrapping around.
围
To encircle, to surround, to wear by wrapping around.
伟大
Great, mightily.
伟大，
Great, mightily.
卫生
Health, hygiene, sanitation.
卫生，
Health, hygiene, sanitation.
卫生间
Bathroom, toilet, washroom.
卫生间，
Bathroom, toilet, washroom.
为了
In order to, for the purpose of, so as to.
为了，
In order to, for the purpose of, so as to.
温暖
Warm.
温暖，
Warm.
文化
Culture, civilization, cultural.
文化，
Culture, civilization, cultural.
文件
Document, file.
文件，
Document, file.
文明
Civilized, civilization, culture.
文明，
Civilized, civilization, culture.
文学
Literature.
文学，
Literature.
文章
Article, essay, literary works, writings.
文章，
Article, essay, literary works, writings.
文字
Character, script, writing.
文字，
Character, script, writing.
握手
To shake hands.
握手，
To shake hands.
屋子
House.
屋子，
House.
武器
Weapon, arms.
武器，
Weapon, arms.
武术
Martial arts, kung fu.
武术，
Martial arts, kung fu.
舞台
Stage, arena.
舞台，
Stage, arena.
西部
Western part.
西部，
Western part.
希望
To wish for, to desire, hope.
希望
To wish for, to desire, hope.
系
System, department, faculty, to tie up, to bind.
系
System, department, faculty, to tie up, to bind.
下来
To come down, to get down.
下来
To come down, to get down.
下面
Beneath, below, under, next, the following.
下面
Beneath, below, under, next, the following.
下去
To go down, to descend, to go on, to continue.
下去
To go down, to descend, to go on, to continue.
先进
Advanced, to advance.
先进
Advanced, to advance.
显得
To seem, to appear to be.
显得
To seem, to appear to be.
显然
Obviously, clear, evident, obvious.
显然
Obviously, clear, evident, obvious.
显示
To show, to illustrate, to display, to demonstrate.
显示
To show, to illustrate, to display, to demonstrate.
现场
The scene, the spot, the site.
现场
The scene, the spot, the site.
现代
Modern times, modern age, modern era.
现代
Modern times, modern age, modern era.
现金
Cash.
现金
Cash.
现实
Reality, actuality, real, actual, realistic, pragmatic, materialistic.
现实
Reality, actuality, real, actual, realistic, pragmatic, materialistic.
现象
Phenomenon, appearance.
现象
Phenomenon, appearance.
线
Thread, string, wire, line, tier.
线
Thread, string, wire, line, tier.
相比
To compare.
相比
To compare.
相当
Equivalent to, appropriate, considerably, to a certain extent, fairly, quite.
相当
Equivalent to, appropriate, considerably, to a certain extent, fairly, quite.
相关
Related, relevant, pertinent, to be interrelated, correlation.
相关
related, relevant, pertinent, to be interrelated, correlation.
相互
Each other, mutual.
相互
each other, mutual.
相似
To resemble, similar, like, resemblance, similarity.
相似
To resemble, similar, like, resemblance, similarity.
香
Fragrant, sweet-smelling, aromatic, savory or appetizing, sound, perfume or spice, joss or incense stick.
香
Fragrant, sweet-smelling, aromatic, savory or appetizing, sound, perfume or spice, joss or incense stick.
香蕉
Banana.
香蕉
banana.
消费
To consume, to spend.
消费
To consume, to spend.
消失
To disappear, to fade away.
消失
To disappear, to fade away.
消息
News, information.
消息
News, information.
效果
Result, effect, quality.
效果
Result, effect, quality.
写作
To write, to compose, writing, written works.
写作
To write, to compose, writing, written works.
写
Blood.
写
Blood.
心
Heart, mind, intention, center, core.
心
Heart, mind, intention, center, core.
信
Letter, mail, to trust, to believe, faith, trust.
信
Letter, mail, to trust, to believe, faith, trust.
信封
Envelope.
信封
Envelope.
信任
To trust, to have confidence in.
信任
To trust, to have confidence in.
行李
Luggage.
行李
Luggage.
形成
To form, to take shape.
形成
To form, to take shape.
形式
Formality.
形式
Formality.
形象
Image, form, figure, visualization.
形象
Image, form, figure, visualization.
形状
form, shape,
形状，
Form, shape.
幸福
happiness, happy, blessed,
幸福，
Happiness, happy, blessed.
幸运
fortunate, lucky, fortune, luck,
幸运，
Fortunate, lucky, fortune, luck.
性
nature, sexuality, sex, gender, suffix forming noun from adjective, corresponding to ness or ity.
性，
Nature, sexuality, sex, gender, suffix forming noun from adjective, corresponding to ness or ity.
性别
gender, sex,
性别，
Gender, sex.
性格
temperament, character,
性格，
Temperament, character.
修
to decorate, to embellish, to repair,
修，
To decorate, to embellish, to repair.
修改
to amend, to alter, to modify,
修改，
To amend, to alter, to modify.
需求
requirement, to require, demand,
需求，
Requirement, to require, demand.
需要
to need, to want, to demand, to require, requirement, need,
需要，
To need, to want, to demand, to require, requirement, need.
宣布
to declare, to announce, to proclaim,
宣布，
To declare, to announce, to proclaim.
宣传
to disseminate, to give publicity to, propaganda,
宣传，
To disseminate, to give publicity to, propaganda.
选手
athlete,
选手，
Athlete.
学费
tuition fee, tuition,
学费，
Tuition fee, tuition.
训练
to train, to drill, training,
训练，
To train, to drill, training.
压
to press, to push down, to keep under, pressure,
压，
To press, to push down, to keep under, pressure.
压力
pressure,
压力，
Pressure.
烟
cigarette or pipe tobacco, smoke, mist, vapor,
烟，
cigarette or pipe tobacco, smoke, mist, vapor.
眼前
Now, at present.
眼前
Now, at present.
演
To perform, to play, to act.
演
To perform, to play, to act.
演唱
To sing.
演唱
To sing.
演唱会
Concert.
演唱会
Concert.
演出
To act, to perform a show.
演出
To act, to perform, show.
演员
Actor or actress, performer.
演员
Actor or actress, performer.
羊
Sheep.
羊
Sheep.
阳光
Sunshine.
阳光
Sunshine.
钥匙
If.
钥匙
If.
衣架
Clothes hanger, clothes rack.
衣架
Clothes hanger, clothes rack.
一切
Everything, every, all.
一切
Everything, every, all.
已
Already, then, afterwards.
已
Already, then, afterwards.
以来
Since.
以来
Since.
一方面
On the one hand.
一方面
On the one hand.
艺术
Art.
艺术
Art.
意外
Accident, mishap, unexpected.
意外
Accident, mishap, unexpected.
意义
Meaning.
意义
Meaning.
因此
Thus, consequently, as a result.
因此
Thus, consequently, as a result.
银
Silver, silver colored.
银
Silver, silver colored.
银牌
Silver medal.
银牌
Silver medal.
印象
Impression.
印象
Impression.
应当，
should, ought to,
应当，
should, ought to,
迎接，
to meet, to welcome, to greet,
迎接，
to meet, to welcome, to greet,
营养，
nutrition, nourishment,
营养，
nutrition, nourishment,
赢，
to win, to profit,
赢，
to win, to profit,
影视，
film and television,
影视，
film and television,
应用，
to use, to apply, application, applicable,
应用，
to use, to apply, application, applicable,
优点，
merit, benefit, strong point, advantage,
优点，
merit, benefit, strong point, advantage,
优势，
superiority, dominance, advantage,
优势，
superiority, dominance, advantage,
由，
by, from,
由，
by, from,
由于，
due to, as a result of, thanks to, owing to, since, because,
由于，
due to, as a result of, thanks to, owing to, since, because,
邮件，
mail, post, email,
邮件，
mail, post, email,
邮票，
stamp,
邮票，
stamp,
邮箱，
mailbox, email,
邮箱，
mailbox, email,
游，
to walk, to tour, to roam, to travel, to swim,
邮，
to walk, to tour, to roam, to travel, to swim,
游戏，
game, to play,
游戏，
game, to play,
游泳，
swimming, to swim,
游泳，
swimming, to swim,
有的是，
have plenty of, there's no lack of,
有的是，
have plenty of, there's no lack of,
有利，
advantageous, to have advantages, favorable,
有利，
advantageous, to have advantages, favorable,
有效，
effective, in effect, valid,
有效，
effective, in effect, valid,
预报，
forecast,
预报，
forecast,
预防、
to prevent, to take precautions against, prevention, prophylaxis, precaution,
预防，
to prevent, to take precautions against, prevention, prophylaxis, precaution,
预计、
to forecast, to predict, to estimate,
预计，
to forecast, to predict, to estimate,
预习、
to prepare a lesson, preview,
预习，
to prepare a lesson, preview,
员、
member,
员，
member,
员工、
staff, personnel, employee,
员工，
staff, personnel, employee,
愿望、
desire, wish,
愿望，
desire, wish,
约、
about, approximately,
约，
about, approximately,
乐队、
band, pop group,
乐队，
band, pop group,
运输、
transport, transportation, to transport,
运输，
transport, transportation, to transport,
杂志、
magazine,
杂志，
magazine,
早已、
long ago, for a long time,
早已，
long ago, for a long time,
造、
to make, to build, to manufacture, to invent, to fabricate,
造，
to make, to build, to manufacture, to invent, to fabricate,
造成、
to bring about, to create, to cause,
造成，
to bring about, to create, to cause,
责任、
responsibility, liability, duty,
责任，
responsibility, liability, duty,
增加、
to raise, to increase,
增加，
to raise, to increase,
增长、
to grow, to increase,
增长，
to grow, to increase,
展开、
to carry out, to launch, to expand,
展开，
to carry out, to launch, to expand,
张、
to open up, to spread, sheet of paper, classifier for flat objects, sheet, Chinese surname,
张，
to open up, to spread, sheet of paper, classifier for flat objects, sheet, Chinese surname.
照
According to, in accordance with, to shine, to illuminate, to take a photo, photo.
照
According to, in accordance with, to shine, to illuminate, to take a photo, photo.
着
Suffix of or ist.
着
Suffix of or ist.
真实
True, real.
真实
True, real.
真
To fight, to strive for, to vie for, to argue or debate.
争
To fight, to strive for, to vie for, to argue or debate.
争取
To fight for, to strive for, to struggle.
争取
To fight for, to strive for, to struggle.
整
All, entire, whole, exactly, orderly, to repair, to mend.
整
All, entire, whole, exactly, orderly, to repair, to mend.
整个
Whole, entire, total.
整个
Whole, entire, total.
整理
To arrange, to tidy up, to sort out, to pack.
整理
To arrange, to tidy up, to sort out, to pack.
整齐
Orderly, neat, tidy.
整齐
Orderly, neat, tidy.
整体
Whole entity, entire body, as a whole.
整体
Whole entity, entire body, as a whole.
整天
All day long, whole day.
整天
All day long, whole day.
整整
Whole, full.
整整
Whole, full.
正
Straight, upright, proper, mained, positive.
正
Straight, upright, proper, main, positive.
正式
Formal, official.
正式
Formal, official.
正
Certificate, proof, to prove, to demonstrate, to confirm.
正
Certificate, proof, to prove, to demonstrate, to confirm.
证件
Certificate, papers, credentials, document.
证件
Certificate, papers, credentials, document.
证据
Evidence, proof, testimony.
证据
Evidence, proof, testimony.
信封
Envelope.
信封
Envelope.
信任、
To trust, to have confidence in.
信任、
To trust, to have confidence in.
行李、
Luggage.
行李、
Luggage.
形成、
To form, to take shape.
形成、
To form, to take shape.
形式、
Formality.
形式、
Formality.
形象、
Image, form, figure, visualization.
形象、
Image, form, figure, visualization.
形状、
Form, shape.
形状、
Form, shape.
幸福、
Happiness, happy, blessed.
幸福、
Happiness, happy, blessed.
幸运、
Fortunate, lucky, fortune, luck.
幸运、
Fortunate, lucky, fortune, luck.
性、
Nature, sexuality, sex, gender, suffix forming noun from adjective, corresponding to ness or ity.
性、
Nature, sexuality, sex, gender, suffix forming noun from adjective, corresponding to ness or ity.
性别、
Gender, sex.
性别、
Gender, sex.
性格、
Temperament, character.
性格、
Temperament, character.
修、
To decorate, to embellish, to repair.
修、
To decorate, to embellish, to repair.
修改、
To amend, to alter, to modify.
修改、
To amend, to alter, to modify.
需求、
Requirement, to require, demand.
需求、
Requirement, to require, demand.
需要、
To need, to want, to demand, to require, requirement, need.
需要、
To need, to want, to demand, to require, requirement, need.
宣布、
To declare, to announce, to proclaim.
宣布、
To declare, to announce, to proclaim.
宣传、
To disseminate, to give publicity to, propaganda.
宣传、
To disseminate, to give publicity to, propaganda.
选手、
Athlete,
选手、
Athlete.
学费、
tuition fee, tuition.
学费
tuition fee, tuition.
训练
To train, to drill, training.
训练
To train, to drill, training.
压
To press, to push down, to keep under, pressure.
压
To press, to push down, to keep under, pressure.
压力
Pressure.
压力
Pressure.
烟
Cigarette or pipe tobacco, smoke, mist, vapor.
烟
Cigarette or pipe tobacco, smoke, mist, vapor.
眼前
Now, at present.
眼前
Now, at present.
演
To perform, to play, to act.
演
To perform, to play, to act.
演唱
To sing.
演唱
To sing.
演唱会
Concert.
演唱会
Concert.
演出
To act, to perform a show.
演出
To act, to perform, show.
演员
Actor or actress, performer.
演员
Actor or actress, performer.
羊
Sheep.
羊
Sheep.
阳光
Sunshine.
阳光
Sunshine.
钥匙
If.
钥匙
If.
衣架
Clothes hanger, clothes rack.
衣架
Clothes hanger, clothes rack.
一切
Everything, every, all.
一切
Everything, every, all.
已
Already, then, afterwards.
已
Already, then, afterwards.
以来
Since.
以来
Since.
一方面
On the one hand.
一方面
On the one hand.
艺术
Art.
艺术
Art.
意外
Accident, mishap, unexpected.
意外
Accident, mishap, unexpected.
意义
meaning,
意义，
meaning,
因此
thus, consequently, as a result,
因此，
thus, consequently, as a result,
银
silver, silver colored,
银，
silver, silver colored,
银牌
silver medal,
银牌，
silver medal,
印象
impression,
印象，
impression,
应当
should, ought to,
应当，
should, ought to,
迎接
to meet, to welcome, to greet,
迎接，
to meet, to welcome, to greet,
营养
nutrition, nourishment,
营养，
nutrition, nourishment,
赢
to win, to profit,
赢，
to win, to profit,
影视
film and television,
影视，
film and television,
应用
to use, to apply, application, applicable,
应用，
to use, to apply, application, applicable,
优点
merit, benefit, strong point, advantage,
优点，
merit, benefit, strong point, advantage,
优势
superiority, dominance, advantage,
优势，
superiority, dominance, advantage,
由
by, from,
由，
by, from,
由于
due to, as a result of, thanks to, owing to, since, because,
由于，
due to, as a result of, thanks to, owing to, since, because,
邮件
mail, post, email,
邮件，
mail, post, email,
邮票
stamp,
邮票，
stamp,
邮箱
mailbox, email,
邮箱，
mailbox, email,
游
to walk, to tour, to roam, to travel, to swim,
邮，
to walk, to tour, to roam, to travel, to swim,
游戏
game, to play,
游戏，
game, to play,
游泳，
swimming, to swim.
游泳，
swimming, to swim.
有的是，
Have plenty of, there's no lack of.
有的是，
Have plenty of, there's no lack of.
有利，
Advantageous, to have advantages, favorable.
有利，
Advantageous, to have advantages, favorable.
有效，
Effective, in effect, valid.
有效，
Effective, in effect, valid.
预报，
Forecast,
预报，
Forecast.
预防，
to prevent, to take precautions against, prevention, prophylaxis, precaution.
预防，
To prevent, to take precautions against, prevention, prophylaxis, precaution.
预计，
To forecast, to predict, to estimate.
预计，
To forecast, to predict, to estimate.
预习，
To prepare a lesson, preview.
预习，
To prepare a lesson, preview.
员，
Member,
员，
Member.
员工，
staff, personnel, employee.
员工，
Staff, personnel, employee.
愿望，
Desire, wish.
愿望，
Desire, wish.
约，
About, approximately.
约，
About, approximately.
乐队，
Band, pop group.
乐队，
Band, pop group.
运输，
Transport, transportation, to transport.
运输，
Transport, transportation, to transport.
杂志，
Magazine,
杂志，
Magazine.
早已，
long ago, for a long time.
早已，
Long ago, for a long time.
造，
To make, to build, to manufacture, to invent, to fabricate.
造，
To make, to build, to manufacture, to invent, to fabricate.
造成，
To bring about, to create, to cause.
造成，
To bring about, to create, to cause.
责任，
Responsibility, liability, duty.
责任，
Responsibility, liability, duty.
增加，
To raise, to increase.
增加，
To raise, to increase.
增长，
To grow, to increase.
增长，
To grow, to increase.
展开，
To carry out, to launch, to expand.
展开，
To carry out, to launch, to expand.
张，
To open up, to spread, sheet of paper. Classifier for flat objects, sheet, Chinese surname.
张，
To open up, to spread, sheet of paper. Classifier for flat objects, sheet, Chinese surname.
照，
According to, in accordance with, to shine, to illuminate, to take a photo, photo.
照，
According to, in accordance with, to shine, to illuminate, to take a photo, photo.
者，
Suffix of, or, ist.
者，
Suffix of, or, ist.
真实，
True, real.
真实，
True, real.
真，
To fight, to strive for, to vie for, to argue or debate.
争，
To fight, to strive for, to vie for, to argue or debate.
争取，
To fight for, to strive for, to struggle.
争取，
To fight for, to strive for, to struggle.
整，
All, entire, whole, exactly, orderly, to repair, to mend.
整，
All, entire, whole, exactly, orderly, to repair, to mend.
整个，
Whole, entire, total.
整个，
Whole, entire, total.
整理，
To arrange, to tidy up, to sort out, to pack.
整理，
To arrange, to tidy up, to sort out, to pack.
整齐，
Orderly, neat, tidy.
整齐，
Orderly, neat, tidy.
整体，
Whole entity, entire body, as a whole.
整体，
Whole entity, entire body, as a whole.
整天，
All day long, whole day.
整天，
All day long, whole day.
整整，
Whole, full.
整整，
Whole, full.
正，
Straight, upright, proper, maned, positive.
正，
Straight, upright, proper, main, positive.
正式，
formal, official.
正式、
formal, official.
“证
certificate, proof, to prove, to demonstrate, to confirm.
正、
certificate, proof, to prove, to demonstrate, to confirm.
证件
certificate, papers, credentials, document.
证件、
certificate, papers, credentials, document.
证据
evidence, proof, testimony.
证据、
evidence, proof, testimony.
证明
proof, certificate, identification, testimonial, to prove, to testify, to confirm the truth of.
证明、
proof, certificate, identification, testimonial, to prove, to testify, to confirm the truth of.
支
to support, to sustain, to erect, to raise, branch, division, classifier for rods such as pens and guns.
之、
to support, to sustain, to erect, to raise, branch, division, classifier for rods such as pens and guns.
支持
to support, to back, support, backing, to stand by.
支持、
to support, to back, support, backing, to stand by.
支付
to pay.
支付、
to pay.
纸
classifier for birds and certain animals, one of a pair, some utensils, vessels, etc.
纸、
classifier for birds and certain animals, one of a pair, some utensils, vessels, etc.
直
straight, to straighten, vertical.
直、
straight, to straighten, vertical.
直播
live broadcast.
直播、
live broadcast.
直到
until.
直到、
until.
值
value, worth, to happen to be on duty.
值、
value, worth, to happen to be on duty.
值得
to be worth, to deserve.
值得、
to be worth, to deserve.
职工
workers, staff.
职工、
workers, staff.
职业
occupation, profession.
职业、
occupation, profession.
只好
without any better option, to have to be forced to.
只好、
without any better option, to have to be forced to.
只是
merely, simply, only, but,
只是
merely, simply, only, but,
只有
only if,
只有
only if,
指
finger, to point at or to indicate or refer to depend on,
指
finger, to point at or to indicate or refer to depend on,
指出
to indicate, to point out,
指出
to indicate, to point out,
指导
to guide, to give directions, to direct, to coach, guidance, tuition,
指导
to guide, to give directions, to direct, to coach, guidance, tuition,
至今
so far, to this day, until now,
至今
so far, to this day, until now,
至少
at least, least,
至少
at least, least,
志愿
aspiration, ambition, to volunteer,
志愿
aspiration, ambition, to volunteer,
志愿者
volunteer,
志愿者
volunteer,
制定
to draw up, to formulate,
制定
to draw up, to formulate,
制度
system, institution,
制度
system, institution,
制造
to manufacture, to make,
制造
to manufacture, to make,
制作
to make, to manufacture,
制作
to make, to manufacture,
中部
middle part, central section, central region,
中部
middle part, central section, central region,
中华民族
the Chinese people,
中华民族
the Chinese people,
终于
at last, in the end, finally, eventually,
终于
at last, in the end, finally, eventually,
中
clock, a clock, time is measured in hours and minutes, bell,
中
clock, a clock, time is measured in hours and minutes, bell,
种
seed, species, kind, type, classifier for types, kinds, sorts,
种
seed, species, kind, type, classifier for types, kinds, sorts,
种子，
seed,
种子，
seed,
重大，
great, important, major, significant,
重大，
great, important, major, significant,
周围，
surroundings,
周围，
surroundings,
猪，
pig, swine,
猪，
pig, swine,
主持，
to host, to preside over,
主持，
to host, to preside over,
主动，
to take the initiative, initiative,
主动，
to take the initiative, initiative,
主任，
director, head,
主任，
director, head,
主意，
idea,
主意，
idea,
主张，
to advocate, claim, proposition, assertion,
主张，
to advocate, claim, proposition, assertion,
注意，
to take note of, to pay attention to,
注意，
to take note of, to pay attention to,
祝，
to wish, to express good wishes,
祝，
to wish, to express good wishes,
抓，
to grab, to catch, to arrest, to snatch, to scratch,
抓，
to grab, to catch, to arrest, to snatch, to scratch,
抓住，
to grab, to capture,
抓住，
to grab, to capture,
专家，
expert, specialist,
专家，
expert, specialist,
专门，
specialist, specialized,
专门，
specialist, specialized,
专题，
specific topic,
专题，
specific topic,
专业，
major, specialty, specialized field, discipline,
专业，
major, specialty, specialized field, discipline,
转，
to turn, to change direction, to transfer, to forward,
转，
to turn, to change direction, to transfer, to forward,
转变，
to change, to transform, shift, transformation,
转变，
to change, to transform, shift, transformation,
状况，
condition, state, situation.
状况、
condition, state, situation.
状态、
State of affairs, state, mode, situation.
状态、
State of affairs, state, mode, situation.
追、
To chase after, to seek.
追、
To chase after, to seek.
准、
Accurate, standard, quasi-dash, to allow, to grant.
准、
Accurate, standard, quasi-dash, to allow, to grant.
资格、
Qualifications.
资格、
Qualifications.
资金、
Funds, funding, capital.
资金、
Funds, funding, capital.
子女、
Children, sons and daughters.
子女、
Children, sons and daughters.
自从、
Since, ever since.
自从、
Since, ever since.
自动、
Automatic.
自动、
Automatic.
自觉、
Conscious, aware, on one's own initiative.
自觉、
Conscious, aware, on one's own initiative.
自然、
Nature, natural, naturally.
自然、
Nature, natural, naturally.
自身、
Itself, oneself, one's own.
自身、
Itself, oneself, one's own.
自主、
Independent, to act for oneself, autonomous.
自主、
Independent, to act for oneself, autonomous.
总、
Always, to assemble, gather, total, overall, head, chief, general, in every case.
总、
Always, to assemble, gather, total, overall, head, chief, general, in every case.
总结、
To sum up, to conclude, summary.
总结、
To sum up, to conclude, summary.
总是、
Always.
总是、
Always.
足够、
Enough, sufficient.
足够、
Enough, sufficient.
足球、
Soccer ball, a football, soccer, football.
足球、
Soccer ball, a football, soccer, football.
组合、
To assemble, to combine, to compose, combination.
组合，
To assemble, to combine, to compose, combination.
左右
Left and right, nearby, approximately, to control, to influence.
左右，
Left and right, nearby, approximately, to control, to influence.
作品
Work opus.
作品，
Work, opus.
作者
Author, writer.
作者，
Author, writer.
做客
To be a guest or visitor.
做客，
To be a guest or visitor.